Alright, hiya Lancers. I'm just gonna put out a quick message on Blue Sky saying that I'm going live as well. There we go. Alright. Ooh, a quest idea, you say? Hold on, let's go ahead and get my mug on screen here. Hey, hi everyone. Alright, let's have a look at that request. It'll be a good warm-up before we actually get into things. Today I'm gonna forego hand tracking, just because it always seems to be, like, mega scuffed. And we're mostly gonna be doing art, so, you know, if I need to use my hands to talk about stuff, I can just, you know, throw on the leap motion, but for the time being... Yeah, let's have a look at, let's have a look at this in Artist Alley. Let's see. Okay, so... Cool. Alright, I'm gonna have to do some quick little research on yours, Urged. Just because I'm gonna be totally honest, I haven't been familiar with Pokemon since, like, Gen 2. That was my gen. Gen 1 and 2. So it has been a good while, so I will need to have a look at that. Yeah, if you have any really cool pose ideas, by all means. Alright, cool. So, let's go ahead and hop over to our canvas here. Let's get some chill music that we can actually draw to. I'm thinking, no, not that one, not that tab, not that tab. Ooh, where is it? I had an entire playlist for it. Ah, here we go. Because as you know, we gotta get some Fruitigo Arrow vibes here. Drum and bass is just, it's just so good for mecha content. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so let's go over to our canvas here. Okay, so, hey, Dakota, welcome in. Also, hey, Zach, hey, Lady Goo, and hello, Layla. Hello.
Hi, it's me, the warden of your dreams.
Alright. Let's get moved down here-ish. There we go. Alright, so... Let me just... There we go. Okay, so now that I have this set up, so I have my tablet sort of set up right here-ish. So if you see me just sort of staring down in this bottom corner, it's mostly because I am doing arts. Okay. So, oh, hang on. That's something else I'm working on. Let's open up. Yeah, let's go to this one here. So this canvas is mostly blank. I was doing this. This one is for some designs I had in mind for a Lancer visual novel. I'm kind of cooking up in the background, which we'll come back to this here very soon. So today, once I get these first few requests all drawn up, just to sort of like warm up, what we're going to be doing is essentially, one, making Twitch emotes. So if you guys have any kind of emotes that you want, by all means, just I'd love to hear your ideas. And two, we are also going to be making some designs for a Sad Lancer visual novel. We'll basically workshop some characters in real time on stream. So, let me get my windows all situated here. Okay, so I'm gonna start off with one that was that we kind of accidentally glossed over during the last one here. So it's gonna be a quick logo here. This one will be fairly quick. So let's get a figure ruler here, because this is going to be a circular pattern here. And actually going to do this like so. We'll duplicate that layer. We'll scale this down just a little bit. Do this kind of like an embroidery patch. A pseudo embroidery patch. Okay. So, for this logo right here, it's one of the requests. It's for Fortune V1, which is a mercenary group. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something a little bit different from how I normally do this. So when it comes to like a lot of designs for like patches and such, I'm trying to think of how I'm going to tackle this. So first off, let's darken that up there. And then we'll do sort of like a golden layer there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to play around with complementary colors. So with the design I was sent, essentially it was a chest that's supposed to be filled with treasure, you know, a fortune. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna quickly block in some shapes. Oop. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. So gonna block in some shapes. And I'm going to keep these shapes relatively simple because the whole idea is this is supposed to be very easy to reproduce onto a embroidery patch. Ooh, also, ooh, chatomate. That is very loud. I will turn that down a little bit and I'll just turn it up here in the mixer. There we go. Okay. So then we're gonna do a not that dark of a blue. I'm only just now realizing that a lot of what I'm doing isn't kind of like showing up. Oops, nope, not that one. Let's do. Aha, here we go. Hold on, I'm gonna change the framing here just a little bit because normally I just have just the raw art on screen, but it has come to my attention that it would be that apparently you guys would like to see the full process here. So I'm just going to shrink this down just a tad. Well, we'll keep it to that. Yeah, we'll keep it to that. So you guys can kind of see like the mess of colors and such that I'm kind of operating, and you can kind of see what I'm using in terms of tools and such. So you can like full transparency. Oh yeah. So. Uh, I should probably mention that my commission sheet is live and ready. In fact, if you type in, hold on, I'll just type in the command here. Boom! There we go. Google form with all the information. And the same thing also works for all my socials. So if you hit like exclamation Discord, it'll bring up a link to the Discord. Same with like YouTube, Ko-fi, and Patreon. So all there, and like both iterations of Ko-fi work. So with the dash and without the dash. So we're going to go with a. So we're going to go with a slightly cooler blue here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of suggest at the idea of there being kind of like shading on the inside here. Oh, hold on. Come on. Give me the lasso tool. All right, so then I'm going to lock transparency real quick. I'm going to go on this side, just to sort of show... Oh, I thought I locked transparency. Nope. Yeah, I locked transparency. What's going on here? Why is that not locking the transparency? Hold on, is it... What? Oh! Oh, I messed up. I should have done this on a separate... Okay, that's why. That's why. All right. All right. Okay. Don't look at me. Okay. New layer. All right. So instead, I'm going to do... gonna play around with some color theory on this one. The blue chest was kind of cool, I guess, but we can do better. So, once again, we're just going to quickly plot in this shape here. Okay. And then trying to fake perspective is wild. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Let's see. Let's carve out a little bit more here. Let's just carve that. No. Tell you what. How about instead of me trying to just freehand this, we're not cavemen. We have technology. All right. I'm just gonna quickly sketch in a box. Just quickly sketch in a box. Then, yeah, so this will be the basis for our chest here. Here we go. Here we go. It's not perfect perspective, but it will sell the idea. Wait. I just had a brain blast. Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Okay. These are soldiers of fortune. Their logo is a chest. Hear me out. Hear me out. What if it was a mimic? Here we go. Here we go. All right. What does an actual chest look like? Hold on, let me pull up a reference. I'm just gonna pull up just a random treasure chest. Let's see. Okay. So it will have end caps like so. Yeah, I think I can get this to work. All right. Hey, welcome in, Chinchilla. Wanted to make a joke about perspective art. Couldn't put it into perspective. hmm hmm Okay, so, going to just fade that just a little bit, and then I'm just going to go in with, so I think for the actual metal bits, again, I'm going to go for kind of like a geometric kind of like style here. Very sharp, very angular. Again, I'm designing this like it's meant to be on an embroidery patch, you know? So something that's kind of easy to break down into basic shapes. All right, this is where I'm going to have to get in super close for this. So, okay, and then carve that out. Going to go for a slightly... No, actually, no. We're going to go with the same blue. And again, we're just going to just do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. So, I'm going to actually make the body of it dual toned here. So, we're going to go underneath this layer, and then we're just going to... I'm going to have to actually make two layers underneath here. So, for this layer, we're going to just quickly block in this panel and this panel. And then for this side, we're going to block in this panel and this panel. Actually, hang on. I don't even need to be this careful. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm being very, like, precious about this for, like, no reason. I can just do this, lock the transparency. Let's make this a little bit darker and just a little bit warmer. And then... There we go. That's that good shit. All right. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, and then, and then, and then... I'm going to put in a quick... I'm going to put in a quick base layer here. So I'm going to do kind of like this sort of... I'm going to do kind of like a bronzy tone underneath here. the whole implication is because, like, how sick would it be, right? If mimics, if their teeth were made from gold. So, with that in mind, I'm gonna do just a little bit of a jagged kind of design here. And I'm gonna go in on the layer underneath and sort of like touch it up a little bit. There we go. There we go. Alright, 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 alright. Alright, alright. Everything's looking good. Alright. That's one thing I love about digital art. You can kind of like switch up. You can kind of switch up like the medium style. So like, for example, what I'm doing here is more kind of simple, bold shape embroidery style kind of a method. And you know, for the longest time, I used to basically use this for all of my art designs because it was one of the most consistent ways to do it. I I don't really like I don't do this anymore. And I should, because like it's a good aesthetic if done right. It's just I've kind of gotten to the point where I don't need to like rely on the polygon tool. All right, so now I'm going to do something here. Let's get rid of that layer there, and let's see, do I have everything selected? Yes, I do. Okay, okay, okay. So here's a neat little trick. So we're gonna play around with some color here. So hold on, where is it? New correction layer. Ah, here we go. Color balance. Unfortunately, you can't really see the window. But there's just like a window with like some sliders here. And I'm just going to like I'm gonna make this just a little bit on the warmer side. You can kind of see the color shifting just a little bit. Got a little bit more on the magenta. In fact, let's go all in on the magenta, all in on the red, and let's go. No, not that way. What about? Ooh, no, 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 no. Now we're just back where we started. Okay, we're just gonna make this warmer here. Okay. And there we go. A quick embroidery patch. So I'm just going to move all of this into its own folder. And then from there, we will move on. Here we go, here we go, here we go. There we go. Oh, I forgot. There's a few other things in here. Whoops. that's going to be right at the top. Okay. Let's see. What what am I missing here? Why isn't everything? Oh, okay. So it's that layer as well. Nice. Cool. Awesome. And then oh, okay. Then that goes right in there. All right. There we go. All bundled together. Okay, so here we go. So we're gonna move this off to the side here. And you know what? Hold on. Before I move on, let's do one thing here. I wonder what would happen if we just do... Let's do this. Let's see if we can transform. Oh, will it let me? Oh no, it won't. Oh, probably because it's not a raster layer. Let's rasterize that, and then mesh transformation. Here we go. Okay, this could either be really good or it could be really bad. Let's find out, shall we? Clip Studio Paint is so good for this. Here we go. Get this all nice and even. There we go. There we go. Okay. So next. We're going to do. Okay, now we're going to do the other one that Urge Cross wanted here. Okay. So let's get a nice. So let's get my usual blue that I use for stream here. Something that will pop here. So let's see how I can get this work. So what I'm planning on doing, all right, so I'm going to show you guys a quick like little thumbnail of what I'm thinking of here for this particular one. So I'm thinking something like, because this is going to be another Pokemon one. So there's going to be this. So Sky, the Dragonite here. trying to like find a good way to frame this. And again, just going all in on the reference. Um, I feel like there's a better way I can exaggerate that because, hmm, yeah. So if we do that, or would it make more sense to have the arm kind of be up here? Okay, okay, and then oh, that's super interesting. Does the Mega Evolve of Dragonite, do the wings actually just come out of the head? That's that's actually kind of fascinating. Okay, so I can actually use the wings to kind of frame things a little bit. And actually, because of how the horn is positioned, yeah, because I'm thinking about something like, and then okay. I think I have a plan. Now, whether or not the plan works, that remains to be seen. However, okay. Yeah, antennas that become head wings. That's actually really cool. Okay, and then hold on, let me just extend this out. Let me extend the frame out just a little bit. Again, this is just like a quick thumbnail, just so we can do a little bit of problem solving before we go on to like the full size. So then, because ideally, so I just have it like zoomed in, just so it's like easier for you guys to see. But like ideally, when you're doing thumbnails, you want them to be like this tiny because you want to be like, okay, so we'll just do this and then yes, so then we'll have that pose right there. Then there would be like the wings there, because like it's just meant to like be quick, be maximize the brush strokes because the thumbnail should only take about 5-ish minutes. But because we're zoomed in, I'm also kind of I'm kind of like doing this as like a pseudo rough sketch here. So planning on this one is I'm gonna have sort of like the kind of like mantis scythe wing here. Have that sort of like facing the camera forward that way, and then have the arms here. Ooh, I always struggle with these Pokemon requests just because I'm not used to drawing Pokemon and like I'm having to like kind of figure out their anatomy on the fly. Let's see. Uh okay. So now we have the basis of the head down, and it looks like it kind of comes up like so, and then it looks like it kind of does. So it looks like there's sort of like this kind of like a fighter plane. Part of the head here. Okay, so then okay, so I think I may have an idea of what to do for this one. It's just having to get it to work. Okay, so from what I can tell, the side facing the camera is very curved, and then it sort of comes back like that, and then I can use the spikes to sort of show the depth. Let's see, how many spikes are on each one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so then 1, 3, 4, and 5. All right. All right. So I think I have an idea of how I want to do this. So, I'm going to show you guys a really cool feature that Clip Studio Paint has. So, there is a... So let's make a rectangular frame here. We're gonna do a black border. So what I'm gonna do is Clip Studio Paint, because this is a for a little history lesson in terms of like art programs. So Clip Studio Paint used to be Manga Studio, like way back. And because of that, it has features like, for example, uh these frames which you could just drop down. There's also this one really cool feature where you can basically divide a frame. So now that I have a frame down, I just use this tool and boom, would you look at that? We got multiple panels. This This program's fantastic if you're a comic artist, like myself. So, what we are going to do is, now that I have this frame, using the thumbnail as sort of like a reference, we're just going to quickly block in some... We're going to block in some shapes here. I want to get like the exaggerated form, the body there. And then let's get the center line put in. Here we go. So, and I've noticed the front design, because before it used to just go directly across, but here it kind of makes sort of a V shape, which doesn't quite work with how I have the setup now. Okay, so then... Oh, Pokemon Anatomy breaks my brain. This is breaking my brain. Okay, so I'm just gonna block in the rough shape of the arm, and we're gonna do the gonna block in the feathers there. I say the feathers, the little shoulder floof. Okay, and then... Actually, no. Hold on. Hold on. There's a better way to do this. So instead of trying to do this as one big shape, I'm gonna do this as two smaller shapes. Because I want to at least get the information of, like, the rib cage. So then, I'll do a shoulder there. A shoulder there. So then, when I block in where the head goes, roughly here-ish, we're going to do this as two shapes as well. So, a shape for the cranium, and then we're going to do a shape for the snoot. And like before, we're going to... We're going to keep the eyes fairly simple. There we go. Do a little bit of battle damage there. Okay. And then... Okay. And then we're going to carve out a little bit more of the shapes and forms of the head, just so this is looking more like it should. Okay. So... Let's see... Because I want to frame... So I'm having to change the pose up a little bit from the reference. Just a bit. Okay, here we go. Okay, okay, okay. So then we'll use these big sweeping shapes, especially from like the head wings, sort of like a nice means of like framing everything. Okay. Before I start adding any more, let's get the basis of the legs put in there, and then we can just do this. There we go. At least that should theoretically be it. Like I said, Pokemon anatomy breaks my brain. Here we go, and then looks like all right. Just gonna quickly get some Dagron toes. Get some toes on this Durgan. And while we're at it, so you notice they only have like 3 claws, so it does make making the hands a little bit easier. Okay, so then gonna we're gonna have the tail sort of like swoop around. So we'll do that. There we go. Okay, 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 okay. So there's one. And I feel like we can do something better with this arm. Yeah, if we bring the arm up like so, this might actually work out better for the pose. There we go. Okay, okay, okay. And now, one more to add into this frame. This one's going to be a little bit tricky. Let's see if I can actually extend out the frame just a little bit. There we go. Digital art is so great. You can like just move things around on the fly. Okay. So I'm going to get a little bit exaggerated with this second one here, just because I kind of want to do something where, well, one, I want the wings to kind of be like super obvious. Two, I want I want this second Pokemon to sort of like look like they are fast approaching. Okay, and then I just need to figure out how their anatomy works. So I'm gonna do what I normally do. I'm gonna quickly block in roughly where I think like their their rib cage is going to be, and then from there I'm going to just block out where the head is supposed to attach to it. So right about there. Um, and what I'm gonna do is I'm kind of gonna mirror the pose here, but it's going to be more of a so like the arm back this way. It kind of looks like the arm itself kind of has this sort of like flipper vibe to it. So how I'm going to do this instead, I'm going to maybe do it like so. Hmm. Maybe if I ready the arm up like it's going to strike. Hey, welcome back, Lady Goo. So this one gets a little bit tricky because the arm is kind of all right. So here's what I'm struggling with. With the Dragonite, it was easy because, you know, the arm kind of acts like it it acts like how you'd expect an arm to act. Whereas this one, so instead of what's the best way I can put this? So so like here is how the Dragonite arm works. Then here's how this other one is going to let's see. Because with how this one's set up, ooh, how can I articulate this? Okay. So so a Dragonite's arm works a lot like a person's arm, you know? Like so. It's predictable. I mean, you know how it works, I know how it works. We all have the same arms. But what's throwing me for a loop here is the other Pokemon's arm works more like this. So more like a praying mantis. So I'm kind of having to treat their arm like a wing, if that makes sense. How big into music am I? Well, I tend to really depends on the genre. Like I listen to like all sorts of different genres. I've I've mostly been kind of sticking with like it's like bedroom pop and all of that, just because I don't know. Just something about the vibes are pretty cool. However, I've kind of been like dabbling into like drum and bass and all of that. So I think if I do this. I have been obsessed with Tally Hall lately. Like every time I think I'm about to get away from Tally Hall, I find another side project. And like I thought I found like new music, but instead I haven't even left the building. Tally Hall is one hell of a drug. No. One one band I absolutely love though. Um is Vinny's band, Red Vox. If you haven't listened to Vinny's music, it is so good. Okay. Yeah, Red Vox is so good. Pale Blue Dot is is like such an inspirational song. And Memento Mori fucked me up for a while. Here we go. Okay. I think I have I think this is it. I think this is the one. I think this is the one. I think I got this one. So then it looks like it's kind of a I think I almost got this one. It's such a tricky pose to do. Okay, so also dot I. So in that case, hold on. Okay, so we're gonna keep that, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to pull this line up just a bit. So design's a little bit odd for dot ice, but I think I can kind of get it to work. There we go. Let's see. I know I have a bunch of bedroom pop songs, but classifying what is bedroom pop in my playlist is going to be a nightmare. Yeah, that's true. Like, bedroom pop isn't so much a genre as it is a vibe. Okay, so kind of doing a bit of foreshortening with this one. Okay, so I'm going to just end up choosing a completely separate pose. I end up choosing a completely separate pose than what I was thumbnailing. But that's just like the nature of this. Sometimes you find something that just works better. Here we go. All right. Then looks like there's a large mega fin on the back. There we go. Okay. And then let's mark off where... First off, there's this bit here that sort of marks where that comes together as a blade. There we go. Uh-oh. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Oh, that's why. Okay. There we go. Let's see. Oh, I see. Okay. Hold on. And we're just going to hint at the scar on the other side. There we go. And then... Ooh, does the Mega Evolution have... Spikes? Does not have spikes on the arms. Or on the shoulders, rather. But... I'm gonna add them anyway. Just because it's nice and it's... sort of breaks up the visual a little bit. And I'm just gonna quickly shade. Quickly shade in this back arm, just so we can also separate it from the front fins here. There we go. There we go. And let's also shade in the back fin. So again, so we can separate that shape out from the foreground. And then let's erase some of these lines here. So the leg actually have some separation. Okay. So then we're going to just gonna shade these little bits right here, just so it's a little bit more obvious. actually gonna swoop. I'm gonna create a line here that kind of swoops in. There we go. There we go. So this gives it a lit. This makes it make more sense. We'll make it make sense. There we go. Okay. I am quite happy with that, actually. There we go. All right, we're gonna leave this one here. But as you can see, it's like fully framed and such. So if say for example, if I decide to, I don't know, go ahead and select the real G pen here, and then, oh, hang on, that's way too big. Yeah, so if I decide to just use a G pen here and go in, actually I'm going to make this about, let's do a 20 here so I can get some good line variation. So if I do something like, say, this, you know, something like that. Actually, the line thickness may be a bit much, but you get the idea, right? You get what I mean. Anyways. I still have a bunch of these sketches to, like, clean up and put on my socials. So, like that. Okay. Anyways, I'm getting distracted here. I'm getting distracted. So that's that. That one's that done. We'll move that over here. And actually, darken that back up just so it still pops. And then let's get rid of that. There. Cool. All right. Hey, anytime. Like, I struggle a lot when it comes to drawing Pokemon, but, like, they do help sort of, like, they do help me loosen up a little bit. Oh my goodness, Artist Alley is, like, really popping off in the Discord. Okay, so. Oh yeah. I'm gonna clean up all of the doodles and post them on my Blue Sky. It's just finding the time to do it. Yeah, for those who don't know, I work full time in retail, and what caused me to like actually start to like finally streaming my artwork and my entire art process was things got really dicey at work, uh, like these past couple of months, to the point where my employment situation does not feel safe, if that's the right word. Okay, so a little something really exciting, right? With this stream, I will have Twitch affiliate, which means after this stream, I will be able to get bits and subs and all of that. So, yeah, stable. Stable. Thank you, Zach. Stable. Yeah, job security is just it's not secure anymore. Okay, so I'm going to do something here. So I'm going to create a new thing here. So I'm going to go with a perfectly square canvas. I may have gone a little overboard with the size here. In fact, let's go ahead and let's change the canvas size. Let's change this to, let's do this 4,000 by 4,000. There we go. 10 by 10 pixel canvas. Let's see. All right. Before I head over to here, let's see. Okay, so before I move on to the next request, I am going to make a quick little Twitch emote for this channel. So I'm thinking of, I think for the first one, let's start off with kind of like a meme one here. So we're gonna be doing a the wheeze meme. So oh, nope, not that, not that. So I think I'm going to just do the head. And it's very specifically going to be, I mean, come on, you guys know. You guys know. Yeah, you guys know. It's a requirement. It is an absolute requirement. Funny thing is, it kind of feels like I'm drawing myself as Kermit here. Okay. So here comes the tricky part. The helmet. I both love and hate my helmet at the same time. I love it because my helmet looks sick as fuck, but I hate it because it's such a pain to draw. So, just a little pro tip, right? If a thing you're making has a very small resolution, your best bet is to actually make it in just an absurdly high resolution and then just export it in the proper size. Because you get crisper details when you shrink a big object, a big image into something smaller than having to draw it natively, if that makes any sense. So we'll do a little bit of this. There we go. There we go. Oh, the best part is I can just look at my screen and use my face as reference. Okay. Here we go. But yes, this particular face is required as an emote. I don't make the rules. It's just something that has to happen this way. I'm gonna be like super fast and loose with how the helmet is drawn though, because like with how super deformed this is with this Kermit slash Graggle Simpson looking ass. Here we go. There we go. Oh, oh, I really screwed myself over giving myself a cool helmet. It looks sick, but man, drawing it is so difficult. Yeah, the end project is something we're going to be seeing a lot. So hold on. So I definitely want. Okay, so I definitely want that there. And actually, I might be able to kind of. I might be able to actually exaggerate this side just a little bit. So instead, I'm gonna do something like that, I guess. Or actually from this angle, instead of it pointing forward, it's gonna point more like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, 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 okay. I know how I'm going to do. I know how I'm going to be doing this now. Okay. So, here we go. Here we go. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Everything's clicking in place. Everything's coming up sunny. Okay. Okay. We got this. We got this. Here we go. Not once did I ever think I would be doing I'd be drawing this. Okay, so then there we go. Okay, then let's move this forward. Just actually no, we'll leave it right there. And then let's get my hair swoops in. I mean, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I was not expecting to be in a position to like hit affiliate this year. Then again, like all of my previous attempts at streaming have never really been like this fruitful. So like I'm kind of really thankful for you guys. Like things got tough. You guys really pulled through. And it's and I've been like getting a lot of like super wholesome like comments from like my YouTube videos and such, and they've just kind of like they've been putting me in a really good mood, and I've really been needing this because like there's nothing worse as an artist than like creating things in a void, because for the longest time it really does feel like as an artist, it does feel like every platform is hostile towards your output. There we go. There we go. There we go. And then I'm just gonna do a little bit of the hair on this side. The little three swoops. There we go. Oh, thanks, Zach. Wait, the expression idea? Wait, a completely different... Wait, what? Seriously? Hold on. Hold on. Let me check something. Yeah, that leads to the mech bay. Oh! Yeah. Hold on. We'll do this real quick. Yeah, there it is. So... How's that? And in fact, hold on, let me erase this little bit right here, just to sharpen up the line. There we go. There we go. Alright. So... Okay, so I'm going to quickly ink this. So one thing to note about the ink and line art process is that when you do get to that stage, remember that your inks are a good way to fix any mistakes that you made in your sketches. So you don't have to be too precious about your sketch. In fact, it's kind of a good thing to not be super precious about your sketch. Because if you treat your inks like they're just a slightly more refined version of your sketch, it kind of keeps all of that same energy from the sketch into your line art. Like, when it comes to ink and line art, the trick is to kind of want to balance out like the rough energy with clean lines. All right, I'm not going to be super in the details of this just because it's going to be a very small thing. There we go. And I'm going to make these lines like a lot thicker. It's because this is going to be like this big. on screen more often than not. So, thick lines. Here we go. So, yeah, sometimes Discord just does weird things. Don't worry about it, Urge. There we go. Okay, so everyone needs a good wheeze laugh emote. Okay, so let's mark that as a reference layer, and then there we go. Okay, then we're going to get the shape of the visor put in there. There we go. All right, this is coming together. This is all coming together. Okay. So, ooh, and I just noticed I overshot with that line there, so let's get rid of that. And let's clean up this here. Yes, and then once I get done with this emote, we will move on to the next oh, words. We'll move on to the next request. There we go. Okay, then we're just going to ink in the hair. And if there are any emotes you guys would like for this channel, just let me know. Because the one benefit of being an artist is I can literally make any emote I want. I have the skills. I have the technology. Technologia. All right. Actually, before I move on to those hair swoops, let's get that blocked in. And actually, I think this would be a good opportunity to get the ear cup on there. Yeah, at some point, I'm gonna be doing a full like overhaul in terms of like my model and all of that. I'm planning on just like actually sitting down, making a proper design sheet to to like my actual real life proportions because I want it to be like full body tracking ready. Because like I have a full set of Vive trackers and all of that. I just need like I just need to like modify my headset to have eye tracking and all of that. So I'm thinking about doing the whole project Babel or Project Babel, however they want to like have that one set. Oh, I don't like the shape of that ear cup. Hold on. Let's see if I can break this down into smaller shapes here. So the headset I currently have is a Quest 3. I used to have a Lenovo Explorer, like way back when Windows Mixed Reality was still a thing. Yeah, remember Windows Mixed Reality? But yeah, I have a Quest 3. I want to see if the Steam frame is going to be good. Um, or at the very least be like okay priced. I know it's not going to be as decently priced as like the Quest 3, but that's because all of Meta's headsets are sold at a loss because because like Zuckerberg's basically doing the same business model that Amazon did, where he's basically trying to undercut the entire market so it's just him. So the fact that Valve is coming out with a really actually a really good looking headset, not gonna lie. Um like that's big. Yeah, so the thing I'm really excited about when it comes to the Steam frame is one, the expansion port on it, and two, the fact that it's open source. Having a headset like that's open source, like anyone who's saying that the Steam frame is not going to be worth it does not understand how powerful having an open source headset is going to be. Because because uh, like how how best can I like describe this? Like it's because every headset that's out right now is a closed ecosystem. Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to the Steam frame. Like I'm gonna be real. I'm fully expecting the price of the Steam frame to be like closer towards like the 800 range because that seems like realistically how that just seems like the most realistic price in my opinion. Because again, it's unreasonable to have a a headset be like super competitively priced against like any of the um any of the Quest headsets because again, those are made and sold at a loss. Let's see, the amusing part. Let's see. 600, 800 is fine. Hope not 1,000 plus for either Steam Machine or Steam Frame. Yeah, if it ends up being like 1,000 plus, I would sooner just get a big screen beyond, because like a big screen beyond is like what 1,200. Like honestly, at that point, it just makes more sense. Round this out just, or no, maybe not round it out. Let's. There we go. There we go. Just gonna just gonna quickly draw through this shape just so we can get a nice consistent line. And I can go in and then we'll just erase all the excess here. There we go. There we go. Yeah, right now, because of AI, RAM is ridiculously expensive. RAM and GPU. And it's all the same goddamn crowd too. All of the AI bros are also crypto bros. I fucking hate it. It's like our like like the entire consumer grades electronics industry is just being completely screwed over by a bunch of grifters. It is wild. As they should. They made their bed, they can sleep in it too. Okay, and then let's just when in doubt, erase for a clean shape. There we go. And then we will just do a little bit of this. Let's connect these lines. There we go. And then let's get this air flute right there. Oh, may have. Okay. So that's. There we go. There we go. That's what I wanted. And then we'll just darken that up so it doesn't create any tangents. Speaking of, we'll block this out so it doesn't create any tangents. There we go. because I have like one more little hair strand pokes out like that. So it has like a 3-tiered effect. There we go. There we go. Okay, so let's see. I hope the bed is full of sand. I hope so too. It's coarse, rough, irritating, it gets everywhere. Just like the AI bros. Like those a point in time, right? Like the reason why I really hate the NFT and like AI bros so fucking much because they also prey on the desperation of starving artists as well. And as much as I would have loved to say I never fell for the grift, I at one point got so desperate that I made an attempt to like make some money off of my art through that sphere. And let me tell you, literally every person I talked to during that like lapse of judgment and desperation were all fucking robots. It was bots circle jerking bots. Like that was some dead internet theory shit going on in there. Bunch of rip-off artists, man, I swear. Yeah, I hope the fall hits them extra hard. Okay, so let's see if I can finish this up here. So we'll just do a little bit of this. I'm just gonna do some. I'm just gonna do some bold stuff here. I'm gonna go a little bit more high contrast than I normally do when it comes to my own design. There we go. Okay, and then we just have this last bit right here. And I'm not too worried if this ends up like not looking perfect or wonky, because like, yeah, you can agonize over perfectionism, right? But like, sometimes you just gotta say it's good enough. Just ship it out. Example right here. Because I'm not gonna worry about like actually doing any serious shading here. I just want to get like the basic shape because it's supposed to be like I want this to be like super readable from any size. bit. We'll just do a little bit of this. There we go. One thing I love about digital, you can kind of invert some techniques which normally you would need to do the opposite. Like, for example, when it comes to like shading, one of my favorite methods to shade is to actually cover everything in shadow and then just like erase the highlights. So you're shading with light rather than shadow. It's great. I love it. I should demonstrate that one day. Hey, a dragon, welcome in. We're making emotes. I do want to give the hair that sort of like kind of pillowy texture that the feathery texture that I always like to give. I still want it to be like recognizable as like my art style, even if it's like a very memeified version of it. Yeah, after today, I will be a Twitch affiliate, which means emotes, bits, subs, the whole 9 yards. Oh, I should do like a little art tutorial tangent. It's been a while since I got to like bestow art knowledge. So hey, if there's anything art related you guys want to know, just say so in chat. I'll be more than happy to like go on a little tangent because I love teaching stuff. I love like any of you who've come over from my YouTube channel, you know I love making things that seem daunting be very inviting and like open and such. Because I'm I'm a little bit optimistic when it comes to like humanity and what we're capable of. Oh, uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. There we go.
Medela.
Yep, meds. Remember to take your medication, take your antidepressants, take your everything. If you need to take antibiotics, by all means. I'm just gonna quickly just texture in the hair shadows here. Once I get this done, I'm going to quickly take my meds before I get distracted like I already am. The ADHD demons have a stranglehold on me. There we go. Here we are. You know what could be an interesting idea for getting an idea for an emote? Suddenly asking Layla for an emote idea. Layla, emote idea!
have you got so far?
I've got this.
Cool. Alright. Let me go and have a look at all of the different. Oh, do any of these?
Oh. 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 Oh, the gun one's pretty funny.
Oh, the gun was all. That gets used both on Twitch and so you know it. Ones that I use from other people. To getting out.
Spending too much time shading the hair. Those are also pretty good. I need to do more animation. Oh, I forgot. I need to shade it on the side as well. Oh no. Okay. There's definitely better ways to shade hair. I can tell you that much for free.
Yeah.
This is just it's just how I like doing it because I like the end result, but it is a real pain in the wrist. There we go. The wide option.
Oh god, the freaking white. Also, there's the point. Well.
Oh yeah.
No.
To be fair, some of these emotes I can probably like jury rig with my current model. Because I do have a point sprite. I just like drawing things out though, because like one, I need to do more stuff with my artwork anyway. So I kind of want to future proof it, you know? Besides, if I hand draw them, people can see what I can do. People will be willing to like pay me to do that, and I can make a living off of that. Yeah. Be independent.
Oh my gosh, is that funny back of independent?
Okay. I know shading hair is not the most interesting thing here, but it's my process. let's spin this around so I can actually... Here we go. There we go. Kind of having to blend this meme style with my own style. I swear, if I find out that I did this on the wrong layer, I'm going to fucking lose it. Okay, good. It's all on the right layer. Cool, 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 cool. All right. And then we'll do a little bit of that just to show my usual method of shading underneath the lip. There we go. There we go. All right, so let's get rid of the sketch underneath. All right. So, and then this is how it will look from a distance. So, let's go in and just quickly let me find a... So we're just gonna quickly do some color picking here. So pop that there. Ah, yes. Hello, me. We're just gonna put you right there for the time being. And I'll go in and I'll clean this up a little bit more in a bit. But for now, I just want to get the base colors down. And you know, I just realized I messed up something on that. I messed up something. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. There we go. This is gonna look a lot better. More consistent. It's mitosis. It's mitosis. I'm gonna thicken this up. Okay. Okay, now we're gonna go in with the colors. And already it's starting to take shape. There we go. Got that nice tan in there. Okay, 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 okay. And then we'll put the green tips there, and then the brown hair. One downside to how I shade hair. There's no quick way for me to do the hair. I just have to I just have to like I just have to put down most of the colors and then just grit my teeth and go through all of that. Okay. I will come back to the hair in just a bit. I'm not too super worried about missing pixels, because by the time everything gets shrunken down, that's not going to be noticeable at all. There we go. All right. So then once I'm done with this, I'm going to do a separate layer for the visor. But this emote is almost done. If you want amazing hair, you have to accept a little bit of suffering. Good hair requires a healthy dose of suffering to maintain. Okay, and then just to sort of speed up the process, we're going to use the lasso tool to just sort of select everything here. And paint bucket. There we go. Select and paint bucket. Select and paint bucket. The lasso tool is so powerful. There we go. And then okay. So, next layer. So here's what I'm gonna do. You gotta trust this process. So, I'm just going to quickly kind of lasso this area where the visor is going to be, and I'm just gonna blot it in like so. Trust me, this is a separate layer. This is a separate layer. Don't panic, guys. Don't panic. This is a separate layer. But there is a method to this madness. Okay. Then is it? Oh my god, is it? Yes. Okay. Ugh. I'd be second guessing my life choices there, Zach. Okay. Oh, also, I should just quickly. There we go. There we go. Okay, and then from there, we're going to do a little bit of. So we're going to. Okay, and then we'll just turn down the opacity. Boom! There we go! Instant visor. Oh, and actually, while I'm thinking about it, I'm just gonna I'm also going to just give a little bit of an edge highlight there. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, that's very true, Zach. That is very true. Okay, so now that we have all of the base colors in, I'm just going to quickly do some shading. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do an overlay here, and yeah, yeah. Okay, so just gonna throw on some highlights real quick. And also going to hit it with some edge highlights there as well. There we go. There we go. Loving that. Okay. And then let's do a quick edge highlight over on this side. Yeah, so if you're wondering what kind of black magic I'm doing here, this is an overlay layer. What it essentially does is it brightens up whatever you select. The opposite of this would be a multiply layer. So, uh, overlay is great for highlights, multiply is great for shadows. Like, imagine my surprise when, for the longest time, the reason why I never did any shading was because I didn't know how to pick colors. And then come to find out, literally every digital artist has just been using multiply and overlay layers. Blew my mind when I was younger. But see, just like that overlay, just kind of, it does a lot of the heavy lifting. Now, granted, you still need to know where all the lights are going and like, where everything should be, but it's just really nice to be able to just focus more on like the light, the lighting instead of the color balance, if that makes any sense. So for this one, I'm actually using the same kind of like off-white pink for the overlay, and it's kind of just doing a lot of the heavy lifting for me here, which I love that it's doing that for me. So, like right here, do in there. Now we'll do an edge highlight there. Screw it. And you get an edge highlight, and you get an edge highlight, and you get an edge highlight. go. Cool. They save so much time. Like, it is ridiculous how much time they save. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Okay, we're not gonna do that. That was a little experiment. Didn't work out. Okay. I will do this. If I made a gun emote, it would very specifically be me grinning like Jetstream Sam, just just holding the gun, just like the you know, just that shit-eating grin. Fucking love Jetstream Sam's grin. Putting a lot of effort into the shading when I know for a fact like most of this is not going to be visible. The things I do for art. There we go. Just gonna quickly block in that. Some quick edge highlights there. Cool, cool, cool. Ooh, and then we'll get a nice little edge highlight on the side right here that's catching light. Zooming in on the face. Okay. I wonder. Do something very chaotic right now. Could do something really chaotic right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and add some. So now that we have the overlay on there, let's go ahead and do some. Let's throw on a multiply layer. And we're going to do this with a more kind of a nice warm kind of pinkish purple. Kind of a lavender color actually. And ooh, just turn that down. Am I putting in too much effort in the shading? Probably. Is a lot of it going to be lost? Oh, most definitely. But a part of the art process is just realizing that some of your hard work's going to get covered up by your process. And hey, you may not have noticed the shading at a first glance, but your brain did. Add shadow there, and actually, if Sunny had to draw something with a brush as their helmet, that would be pretty funny, actually. just make a brush that's you know it'd be really infuriating though if I did a challenge like that. Like what would probably end up happening is the helmet would end up being like too good of a brush. I don't completely fill that in. All right, cool, cool, cool. You know, this face is really giving me like Kermit vibes, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Like just how it's shaped. Hey, hi, Lancers. Sunny Mecha here. At some point, I'll probably do a challenge like that. One day, as an art challenge. It'd be funny. Yeah, okay, so then we're just gonna quickly do a little bit of. Actually, I'm not gonna go full on the shading here. I'm just gonna do one of those. I'm just gonna do like a quick metallic shade. Get that read more like a metal. There we go. And then just like so. I'm not gonna worry. I'm not gonna fuss too much about the shading there. Okay, I'm willing to call this pretty much done. Let me just add a little bit to the shadow there. Let's add a little bit of depth inside the mouth as well. There! Now if I get rid of the... Oh. Oh. Oh yeah. Right. Um... Okay. Quick fix. Quick fix. There we go. Anyways. one more thing I'm gonna do with the white selected. I'm just gonna do near the visor. Did I miss a spot? Because if I change the background here to, hold on. If I change the background to, like, say Twitch chat. There we go. And actually, that kind of helps me get a better feel for how this is going to look. So, immediately what I'm seeing is I need to lighten up the visor a bit. Oh. Hold on. Let's get rid of that. All right. And then we'll go back to the multiply layer. And we'll just finish filling that in. There we go. Yeah, I was able to get rid of, like, the little shading art, or not shading artifact, the little color artifact near the back. So yeah, that's one emote done. Because once this is actually, like, once this is, like, in its full size here, it's not going to be very noticeable. Oh, you mean this part of the line right here? Hold on. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Might as well. And... oh, yeah, actually. There is something I forgot. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Here we go. There we go. I feel like I need to add one more thing, though. So... hold on. I'm gonna... I don't normally do things like this. However, I feel like... let's add some redness. Make it look like it's You know, when you're like wheezing so hard, all the blood just sort of like rushes to your face. Yeah, let's do that. All right, first emote done. Heck yeah. All right, so gonna save this as Emotes. Okay, so with that one done, let's head back to our. Let's head back to all of this here, actually. So. Let's see. So who is currently here who wants to have a request? Oh yeah, just shake it. Yeah, because if I put everything here in its own folder, yeah. So if I move all of this into its own folder, I can just. Yeah, that would really work out. In fact, I will probably do that in a separate program. I'm very happy with that. Very happy with that. Mm. Oh shit, I forgot to take my medication.
Sonny, I even said it at the time to take your meds, and you even did a whole spiel to everybody else to take their meds.
Yeah, I know. I'm alright. I'm gonna go take my meds now.
Points. Alright. I seriously hope you're all looking after this. I really hope you all are. You enjoying the show? You better make sure to give Sunny some clappies, some love hearts when they come back, okay? Love you all. Also, I did not hijack this segment. No one did. No one say what? Welcome back.
All right. Just gonna chase down the meds with chocolate. Yes. Nourishing chocolate. Ugh. Okay. Okay, so we're back to the okay, so we're back to this main thing here. Just because how the ADHD demons gripped me, I need I basically need to break up um one process with like another process, if that makes sense. Like one of the main reasons why I'm so quick when it comes to actually doing art, like doing like full pieces, like how I'm able to do like 5 art pieces in 5 hours is primarily because if I don't get it done quick enough, my brain goes, "Oh, don't want to do this anymore. Oh, 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 oh." So it's kind of like how my brain has been able to break down the art process. So I can just like go, okay, yeah, so I'm gonna do this step, and then I'm gonna do this step, and then I'm gonna do this step. Yeah. My brain always goes, ooh, neat idea. Speaking of, so, I did mention earlier on in stream that I was going to do some character designs for a Lancer visual novel, which this is one of those designs. So this character, so the whole idea with this Lancer visual novel. All right, so I'm just gonna do like some. I'm just gonna do some like. I'm just gonna write on here like we're doing a whiteboard. Okay, so Lancer visual novel. Okay, so one thing I want to do with this Lancer visual novel is each love interest represents one of the corpo states. And I don't mean like they're a part of like the corporations. No. I mean like one of them uses a Horus mech. So like one of them so like so like the three in so like so you'd have like one of them that uses General Massive Systems. You would have one that uses a Horus mech. You would have one that uses a IPSN mech. One of them that uses a Harrison Armory mech. And of course, you'd have one of them that uses a Smith Shimano Corpo mech. And you just know the one that's using the IPSN mech is you just know it's got to be a Lancaster. It's always got to be a Lancaster. The Lancaster is just such a good mech, and it gives you an excuse to have a kissable space trucker. So yeah, with that idea, I'm thinking this one like I envision this one being a I envision this one being the Horus mech pilot. Just need to figure out like which frame specifically. Maybe a Baylor. Yeah, so with that in mind, I'm gonna rename this as notes. There we go. So let's see what character we can draw up here. Let's see. For let's start with IPSN, because IPSN seems like that'd be a fun one to do. So what I'm planning on what I'm planning on doing is having this character be so first off, let's quickly block in the torso. Sunny, but it's Gronk. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I can. Oh, Oh, no, 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 no. Don't. I don't want to load up a YouTube video. I just want. You know the funny thing is, Kronk is like just he's like Kronk was always my favorite character growing up. Like, he was so great. I can see the vision. I can see the vision. In fact, hold on. I'm creating a new layer specifically for this. Hold on. Okay. So, here is what I'm going to do. There's a very specific there's a very specific one I'm kind of messing with here. It's the yeah, it's all coming together. Yeah, it would be such a good emote actually. All right. So Kronk has like this one like really sharp cheek, like, and then it sort of comes down into like this like big jawline, awesome chin. Like really, if you think about it, Kronk was the original Giga Chad. All right, so this is going to be kind of funny. So I'm gonna have to zoom in just a little bit here. Because I have to. This means I have to draw my eyelashes on a Kronk head. Including the little. Yeah. Oh god, this is so cursed. Here we go. Okay. So then. Oh, this is so undeniably cursed. I love it. Okay, and then the V from the helmet right there. This is gonna be a good emote. This one may be like I'll probably just have this one be like Giga Sunny or something. Okay, and then and actually so then here's where like the ear cup will be. In fact, I may have to like actually change the angle of the V, but like you guys get the idea. This is so cursed, I love it. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. And the funniest part is when I so I'm gonna have to like kind of change how the neck works just a little bit. It could work as a it could work as a Discord emote, it's fine. Once again, my helmet giving me nothing but grief. It's like I know how my helmet is supposed to operate in 3D space, but my hand does not want to cooperate. Okay, so very deliberately added some like asymmetry to like my hairstyle. Um there we go. So, a little bit of that. I'm gonna have to have the neck kind of swing out this way. There we go. Ah, yeah. It's all coming together. one thing every artist will be able to relate to is their hands betraying them. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. So, just quickly blocking in the design of my chest plate here. That way, this could be a little bit more recognizable as a, as as me. All right. And you know what? I'm gonna have this be a slightly updated version of my suit here because I want there to be like the little 3D elements here where it like hooks into the harness here. And I'm mostly freehanding this. Hey, welcome in, Draconis. We're just we're just doing some slightly cursed artwork here. YouTube channel or Twitch? Cause like I let's see. Keep the great best liquefy. Oh, thank you very much, Draconis. Yeah, with one thing that really inspired me to like make that to, like start that channel in the first place was just I've been a DM for like several years now, and like Lancer, I got struck with like the hyperfixation bug when it came to like Lancer, and I was trying to learn the game, and everyone just kept on like overcomplicating everything. Like it was always like lore dumps and such and never like anything practical. Like it always bugged me whenever I tried to like learn how to play the game, and then like 90% of the YouTube video is just like basic lore. Magna Gothica Malagast has sucked me right back into Tom Bloom Maelstrom. Yeah. Practical in this economy? Alright, so I'm just gonna quickly block in my big shoulder pads, which actually work really well for Kronk. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm trying to break away from retail. So, you know, one thing I'm really looking forward to, if I can actually get a clean break from retail and just focus on art and videos full time. That's another thing. I can start making videos way more often. Because right now I'm kind of limited to how much energy I have after a full shift at a retail store. Yeah, because like one thing people need to remember with a lot of these games, they're just games. Like the G in RPG is game, right? All right, we're gonna leave this at we're gonna leave this at this because I will be at this for hours if I don't stop myself here. There we go. We will stop the Kronk picture here. Again, let's just some last details. Just some last details. There we go. Oh yeah. It's all coming together. I will definitely be back sometime later for this. I'm turning this into an emote. This has got to be an emote. This is definitely gonna be an emote. Okay, 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 okay. That was a good idea. Let's see. Um, let's see. Now on to actually finding friends interested in mechs, as I'm the only one around here. Okay, okay. So funny you should mention that. I actually have a Discord channel. Um, like everyone there is super obsessed with Lancer, as well as other tabletop RPGs and all sorts of mecha. So, and in fact, hang on, hang on. Boom, there you go. Like it, there's a specific channel in there for hyperfixations, and it has pretty much turned into people sharing their gunpla kits. So yeah, I'm actually planning on potentially running community games. Partly because, well, one, I love Lancer, and I really do need to like run it more. Like full disclosure, guys, like all of my advice in Lancer has been sort of so the reason why I made a lot of those videos is it's a lot easier to learn something and have it stick if you're teaching people. Um, so when it comes to like Lancer and all of that, I need to actually run the game more because I'm not believe it or not, I actually don't have that much experience playing the game. Because again, it's hard to find people who are like super interested in mecha. Like I found I've had to trick people into playing a mecha. Um and I do have like a lot of ideas. Um so just gonna. So, uh, speaking of Lancer, I'm also sketching some ideas for a Lancer visual novel. Because here's the fun thing about Lancer. Lancer has a very, very generous third party license, which means so long as you're not just ripping off the text wholesale or like using the art from the books, you can pretty much make whatever derivative works you want using the names, characters, concepts, what have you in Lancer. So if you wanted to make like a full on like indie game experience in the Lancer universe, that is a thing you can totally do and have it be monetizable. So like it's it's such a good thing. Yes, yes, Lancer Tactics was actually really good. In fact, I played a little bit of that to sort of help me learn combat in isolation. Because here's the thing, I learned how to play Lancer by reading the book cover to cover. Like unlike games like D&D where you can always have someone show you how to play it, you don't really get that luxury with indie titles like Lancer. Well, less so nowadays because Lancer has been like rapidly growing. Um so it is actually a lot easier to find people who are willing to just like teach you. Speaking of, so this character that I'm quickly designing here, this is going to be a this character is going to be a pilot of a this is going to be a Lancaster pilot. And she's going to be the one that's going to essentially be the stand-in for like IPSN and their entire vibe. Because again, like with this, I'm having each like romanceable character represent like a different like vibe. So like I have this one here that I'm planning to have be the Horus Lancer. So I need an IPSN Lancer here. Yeah, just the scary part, meeting new people. Well, not to worry. My Discord community is very very tiny, and we're all just really excited about mechs. There's already like a few GMs in there as well. Um, you know, myself included. Now, I've been also playing around with the idea of maybe doing a community like mecha anime nights where we just sort of like pick a mecha anime and just sort of like binge it. Oh, another thing I kind of want to do as a community is get like a full lobby of Titanfall. Just the full private lobby of Titanfall. No pressure, just like hop in, play the game, and just have a good time with it. Yeah, not to worry, because, like, honestly, everyone starts somewhere when it comes to mecha. Yeah, like the whole nerves of like meeting new people is also one of the main reasons why I haven't really like I'm in the Pilot Net Discord, right? I'm just not active in it because there's like a ton of people there. So many people. And yes, they're all super friendly and welcoming and such, but also it's a lot of people. It's a lot of people. I can't do large crowds or big discords. It's a massive Discord. Yeah, yep. Go. Yeah, big groups are scary. I am most definitely going to be using Renpai. I am definitely going to be using Renpai. I was looking at some options for Renpai because I kind of want to set this up kind of like a pseudo like point and click kind of deal. So I want there to be like explorable environments where because I've seen other Renpai visual novels do this where they'll have like entire environments that you can like click around, explore, and um basically they have like all the different characters essentially be like buttons you can click. So like say for example, this is like this like say for example you're like in the middle of like a street or something and you see like a character that's like obviously standing there, and then if you like hover over them with like your cursor and you click on them, they suddenly like come up on screen, kind of like that, you know? Yeah, kind of like Mist. But I wanted like the players to be able to like feel like they're exploring the location and like actually getting to know the area because I want the players to also get attached to their little slice of the diaspora. Like a part of me low key kind of wants to do it in a way to where some people like if I can do this in such a way to where people will just every now like if people just want to like pull the locations for like from like the games for like their own Lancer kits, that'd be super flattering. Honestly, that's like that's the goals there. All right, so hold on. I'm gonna. Okay, I'm kind of struggling with the lower legs here. I will. Oh, 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 that woke me up. Hello. Yes. Hi. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, thanks for the follow, Draconis. Woo. Okay, so for this character, I'm thinking. Let's see. I'll figure out. I'll figure that out later. So I'm going to do. Okay, let's get the eyes in real quick because it's always easier. It's always easier to draw a character once you have like good feel for their personality. Okay. And what? I'm not feeling those eyes. Not feeling those eyes at all. I do want her to have a missing tooth. You know, someone rough and tumble. You know. Let's give her some sharp eyes. Some nice sharp peepers here. Oh, there we go. Okay, 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 okay. All right, and now let's figure out her head shape. Thinking, thinking little head's bit on the square side. However, nice, reliable person. Strong. Gives amazing hugs. Okay, okay, so we have a face down. So real quick tip. I always like throwing out these little quick art anatomy tips. If you're ever wondering how big you should make the ears on a character, I know this is random, but like sometimes you just need to know the rules for certain things. So in terms of proportions, top of the ears starts like right at the top of the eye line. So like right there. Bottom of the ear, right where the nose is. And would you look at that? A perfectly proportional ear. As for the details, don't ask me how to do the details. Honestly, ears are really weird, and you only realize how freaky and alien they look the longer you have to stare at them and try to draw them. So I just kind of like just hint at the idea of the structure. Okay, so since this is going to be a Lancaster pilot, we're going to give her a big old trucker hat, complete with the mesh back. There we go. And then see if we can figure out how her hair is going to work. And yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, just like that. And you know what? Let's throw a little scar right there. Okay, and then how am I going to position her arms? You know what? It's a little generic, but just going to quickly get this kind of hand gesture going, like if you need anything, you call me kind of vibe. There we go. There we go. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. So, again, gonna go for the big arms for big hugs. And actually, now that I'm looking at it, looks like I made the arms just a little bit too long. But let's push that back. It's so. I think there's a better way. Hold on. I'm gonna rework the hand a little bit. I'm gonna rework the hand a little bit. Wasn't happy with that hand. I know I can do better. There we go. That's looking a little bit better. Some quick shading there. Easier to see the forms a little bit. Everything is accessible if you try hard enough. Okay, and then probably going to do this kind of pose for the other hand. There we go. Excellent. Down like so. Sorry, I just zoomed out and I just saw Kronk me. It's just oh oh glorious. There we go. So I'm gonna get the foot drawn in here real quick. And again, if you guys have any questions about like why I do things or like how I break things down like art wise, just just ask and I'll be more than happy to like explain my process. Because again, I love teaching things like this. I love making things more accessible for people. And art is something super accessible. I learned how to do art stranded, like stranded in the rural Philippines for years. So like you can learn art anywhere. The only thing the only thing that is required is just time. Because a lot of this is just repetition and repetition and muscle memory. That's all art really is. At least from the practical side of things. Now there's a bunch of rules. Like good art follows rules. And even art that like breaks the rules, they need to know the rules in order to break them. Ah, consistency in a single interest. Yeah, that is a very difficult thing, especially if you are hit hard with the ADH demons. But one good thing about art and just like drawing in general is it's just kind of something that you can kind of transfer over to just about any other hyperfixation because you can use it to draw your other hyperfixations. It's great. Oh yeah, ADHD and burn. Oh yeah, no, I'm honestly trying to avoid getting burnout again. Um, which is why I'm kind of like going all in on art and trying to get away from retail because retail, it's super easy to get burned out working retail. Yeah, one thing that makes burnout really easy is putting in a whole lot of effort into something with like very little to show for it, which is why I'm actually really happy there's like so many people like showing support and like giving immediate feedback to things I do because like if I have that feedback, everything is so easy for me. Like I'm motivated to make things if I get immediate feedback. It's I like to think of creative endeavors as a conversation between the creator and the audience. A conversation made well in advance, but a conversation nonetheless. Oh yeah, like art has been like one of our oldest forms of communication. Like we've been doing art since we were in caves and we used it to communicate, to tell stories, to keep track of like significant hunts. So like art is very important. It's a very important topic to me. And one thing about art, when you're learning, never compare your art to the works of others, they had to go through a completely separate journey from you. Yeah, you can learn from their pieces, but don't judge your progress by the progress of others. Sometimes certain things click, and certain things don't. And when things don't click, you have to work a little extra hard to get it to click. Oh, okay, my foot's falling asleep on me. Okay, you should only compare your art as A, if you can do it, then it's not impossible for me to do. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good way to put it. Actually, all right, I'm not too super happy with this, like right here. This is looking more like what I want it to. This is looking consistent. Okay, okay, yeah, I like that. Okay. They did X in a way that I like more. How did they achieve that kind of? Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, full disclosure, I learned how to draw by mimicking Jamie Hewlett's art style. One of my first hyperfixations, especially when it comes to like art and such, was the gorillas. Fucking love the gorillas. Like the gorillas and also Scott Pilgrim, because Brian Lee O'Malley, he does some really good artwork. Like the things he's able to convey with as few like brushstrokes that he's able to manage, it's masterful. Oh yeah, yeah. I've actually read all of Tank Girl. That is just incomprehensible chaos, but I love it so much. I even saw the Tank Girl movie. It's all right. Okay, let's just think that's pretty fairly proportional. May have to do something here. Hold on. Let's just. May have to shrink these just a little bit because they weren't quite as proportional. There we go. There we go. And then let's clean this up a little. There we go. All right, let's clear out some of these unnecessary lines here in this arm. There we go. And then we're going to carve a little bit more detail there. And, oh, I actually just noticed this forearm is a little bit too thin. There we go. All right. So here we go. So that is. So this is going to be the IPSN character. Name pending. And I'll probably do a few more iterations of the design just so I can like really push and exaggerate it. But as far as like that design goes, I'm quite happy with that. Let's see. Okay, so we have a design for Horus. You know, why cross them out? I'll just put a check mark next to them. So we have a design for Horus. We have a design for IPSN. Harrison Armory. That's going to be an interesting one. Oh, yeah. Jack Kirby's sci-fi art is so good. In fact, Jack Kirby was another I used as a reference point. Okay, so next character design is, let's see, just realized if you make this visual novel, you could easily add in an Easter egg of your helmet either on a shelf or on someone in the back. Yeah, absolutely. have it like have it on a poster on the wall somewhere. Yeah, we'll figure out their likes and dislikes here in just a moment. Speaking of, you know what? No, yeah, let's figure out. First off, let's find out what her name is. Because this character definitely needs a name. What about... All right, I'm going to come up with just three names off the top of my head. So, first name, Jesse Holloway. Second name, let's see. No, 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 no. Not. Hang on, hang on. I was gonna do like Dollar Hyde, but I don't want to do Dollar Hyde. No, where am I getting Tud Russell from? Why is Tud Russell sounding so familiar? What? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh my god. A blast from the fucking past just hit me. So, anyone remember fucking Time Squad? So, Time Squad was basically a animated comedy on Cartoon Network back in the day. And basically it was about this group who basically had to travel through time to maintain the um the time continuum, because every now and then they'll get alerts of like anomalies happening in history where things are not like transpiring how they should. So then they have to go and find out like what what's causing that issue, you know? And one of the characters was Buck Tud Russell. And was built this man was about as built as his mind. That is to say, he was as strong as a stack of bricks and about as dumb as a stack of bricks. Hang on, I'm just quickly just doodling him in. Hey, Alex, welcome in. Sunny, where? I don't know. I don't see no Sunny. But I'm not Sunny. That's wild. who 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 could I possibly be? No. Thanks for the follow. Oh, slap always wakes me up. It's never sunny. in the UK. Well, I mean I guess there is sunlight, but it's mostly a myth. Hey, let's see if I can get the shape of this guy's head drawn. All right, and he had this like cool ass visor. Yeah, so these guys were pretty much like time cops. They would go around, they would figure out anomalies. And Todd Russell, he was such a meathead. He basically every time they would go to a time period, the first thing he would do is just beat the shit out of the first thing he saw. He was just there for the action. -1 Celsius. Yeah, it cold. It cold. Mm. Oh, these chocolates are so good. Mm. Okay, so these are the three names for this character. So we got Jesse Holloway, Riley Holiday, and Sam Rook. And I guess I could do one more. No. Hmm. 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 No. 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 Having the last name Cargo is dumb. The only exception is Clutch Cargo. But, that was also a pretty dumb show. but I don't know. I'm gravitating towards H surnames. All right, is it possible to do a? All right, all right, folks, place your votes. Place your votes. Do we want Jesse Holloway, Riley Holiday, Sam Rook, or Alex Hitch? Vote in chat now. It's fine. I can wait. I have chocolates. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, so good, guys. Okay, okay, okay. So, let's see. Let's see if we can design a Harrison Arm character quick. All right. I cannot wait to make this a reality. Okay. Also gonna make this a sticker. Totally making this a sticker. Anyways, let's see what to do for this next design. No selected. Okay, okay, okay. So, um, just thinking what I want to do for for this one, because this one is okay, okay, okay. I think I have an idea. Okay, so this character is going to be the one that's going to be a stand-in for um, Harrison Armory and their entire aesthetic. Okay, okay. I'm only going to do a half body design for this one. collarbone put in here. Collarbones always kind of like lead into the shoulders if you're ever wondering like where to put those. Okay. Just getting the basic body shape down. There we go. All right. So, let's get the face put in. So, if we figure out her facial structure first, we can kind of figure out personality here. Might do a kind of want to do sort of a military beret on her. Yeah. Yeah. Let's do a beret. And let's see. What's the Harrison Army logo look like again? Aha! Okay, yeah. So. Block in the Harrison Armory logo. Oh! Hey! Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow, good boy Evan. Avon. I swear, that slap always wakes me up. Okay, so... yeah, we're gonna get this... We're gonna get this character's expression put in here. I'm thinking she would be... She would be, like, very sharp. something like that. Notch, one eyebrow. Hey, may I ask, what is a mecha manga or two, specifically manga book, whether or not you like anime, you enjoy reading? Oh, yeah, so, my big two is definitely going to be like Evangelion. Oh yeah, thank you very much. Um, uh, yeah, so Evangelion, as far as manga goes, which is it's actually surprisingly like very like the manga is very good. A lot of people like write it off unfairly as like a tie-in, but it's a solid manga. Most of what I know is going to be manga recommend or not manga, anime recommendations. So Eureka 7, spelled, like Eureka 7. That's a pretty good one. There's also a surprisingly decent one is actually Kuro Monkuro on Netflix. Of course, there's Gurren Lagann if you want to just have like a really hype experience. Um, a classic, Big O. Yeah, Ava does have a manga, and it has a completely separate ending from the anime. In fact, it is so with Evangelion, it kind of the entire story happens in like time loops and such in a sense, and the manga actually is technically the first iteration of like the first instance of the time loop, just from my understanding of like the weird continuity. Oh, and a longtime favorite of mine, G Gundam Fighters. I actually have the God Gundam on my bookshelf right over here. Oh, it's so good. But Eureka 7, I love Eureka 7. Just such such a good such a good anime. Actually, I'm gonna start with face. I'm not too big there. Yeah, Big O is such a good design. Trying to think of some others off the top of my head. Um, there's quite a few of them. A lot of people like went wild over Darling in the Franks, but like I mean that one it was kind of all right. I do need to watch more mecha anime though. I really do. I need to absorb more of the genre. Funnily enough, haven't watched it yet. I kind of want to binge it. Not gonna lie. Let's see. I'm really struggling with this one. What I might do, hold on. Might do something a little bit subversive. Big old glasses. I think this one is going to be more of like a military history nerd. She's still going to very much have a kind of it's still going to be okay, so let's see about getting her some armor here. Okay. Because I'm thinking she will have kind of a like her outfit would be kind of a mixture of like practical battle armor mixed in with some mixed in with like kind of plug suits kind of aesthetics. Like for example, right here, one thing I really love doing is adding like little design elements where it's like tubes coming out and heading towards the back. Okay, 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 okay. And for the gauntlet here, have that come up and be sort of a there we go. Okay, okay, okay. I think I have a good idea how I want her outfit to be now. Like, you know, when you just like strike inspirational gold and you're like, yes, everything makes sense. Okay, and then Okay. Okay, okay, okay. And then I'm not gonna do anything too super fancy. Bottom bits here. We're gonna cheat a little and do a pull a Mega Man in terms of the lower leg designs here. Feeling lazy all of a sudden, so there we go. Sometimes it's okay to be lazy. Being super productive 24/7. That is a corpo psyop. It it's all right to not do anything useful for a bit. Okay, and sidearm there, roughly. So it's just sort of hooked onto that as well. Okay. Very happy with this design. Just gonna move her over here-ish. There we go. Okay, okay. So then that's okay. So that's Harrison Armory's design down. So I guess we just need to do Smith Shimano Corpo. Hmm. I don't think. do know. I think I have an idea of what I want her to wear. So, okay. Okay. And then okay, so for Smith Shimano, something like this. And chest plate. Or no. No. I'm not feeling this pose. How about instead? How about instead we do something like this? So again, it's gonna be another like head-on pose. Honestly, head-on poses are great if you are trying to figure out a design. Sometimes I do three-quarters view, just add a little visual interest, but okay. And then let's see what outfit I can get her to wear here. So I'm thinking something with like a wide kind of mantle. So like something that's like way out to here. Yes, here we go. So a mantle that's like way out there. Probably comes down like so. want to have shoulder bit on the inside. Kind of looks segmented. No, 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 not that. Hmm. Huh. I know. You know what? I'll get the I'll get the main outfit put in, and I'll see if I can figure out a cool face to go along with just this design I'm kind of envisioning for this Smith Shimano Corpo adjacent character. Okay. No, no, not happy with that. Huh. All right, let's get some more information. Let's get more information in. Hmm. Okay. So now that we have that, let's see if we can get some more visual information from that. So all right, I think this design might have to be my last one for the night. It's because I'm already reaching that like plateau where I'm kind of so I've been yeah, yeah, we've been doing this for about a good 4.5 hours, which isn't bad. Definitely not the longest I've done. Okay. So I was going to do something along the lines of something like that. Segment that out. So, okay, okay, okay. Just kind of coming up with an interesting design. Block out arms. So for the chest piece, I'm thinking actually not so much that. Let's do something that's kind of like a military garb, military tunic, as it were. No, I'm not feeling that either. Okay. Just trying to come up with any good design here. Oh, this is a struggle. This is a struggle. Okay. Chocolate. Let's see if a little sugar rush will help. I think I know what's happening here. Okay. We're gonna try this one more time. Okay. See if we can get a better foundation on this one. Okay. Okay. All right, all right. Everything's clicking now. Everything's clicking now. This is a much better foundation to work with. Okay. Remember, guys, if for whatever reason, if for whatever reason you're struggling with getting a proper pose down or just like anything, like if something just doesn't look right, it's okay to start over. Guidelines are very important when it comes to making art pieces. They give you all the information you need in order to put down your final lines. It's okay to spend a little extra time on the guidelines. The whole point of the guidelines is to give yourself enough information to put down the final bit of your vision onto the page. And if the guidelines aren't helping with that, well then it means you probably just need to rework your guidelines. Simple as. Okay, and then there we go. So, okay. It's much better foundation to work with. Mm, okay. So, this looks like this is going to be a much better foundation to work with than what I originally had. So, now that we have the basic body shape kind of roughed in, let's see how we can clothe this figure. So again, I want to do the big mantle. Just just big eye-catching like silhouette piece. Here we go. Oof. No, actually, you know what? I think maybe this would probably be a good time just to maybe find someone to raid. I can quickly feel the steam kind of like leaving my system here. So tell you what, let's go ahead and do that. Let's see. Anyone live? Yep, found someone here. Okay, so let's just yeah, I think we're gonna call it here for now. We're gonna be raiding into Izadoodle, which she is also doing art as well. So yeah, let's keep this wholesome art train going. So let me just quickly hop over to just chat. Oh, I keep on forgetting. I keep on forgetting. Uh,
This is what happens when you press the check button.
there we go. There we go. All right. So, um, honestly, this has been a lot. This has been like a whole lot of fun. I was able to get some more designs set up. We have a singular emote drawn, which I will need to sketch out some more. And hopefully, if all things click right, I should have affiliate next time around. So honestly, thank you guys for like coming in with like all the support and such. Um, so yeah, we are going to be raiding into Izadoodle. So I will probably also be in the Discord if you guys want to just sort of like hop in and chat, post stream and all of that. But otherwise, oh, hold on, I just realized. There we go. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, thanks for tuning in. So just keep those giant robots stompy, and as always, I'll catch you guys around.